Well, hello everyone. All right, let me get this link shared out and then we will get started. I know there's going to be some of you who are in a lot of pain right now. Let me get this shared out. Some of you who are okay. All right. We are going to get ready to dive in here. What a move. I mean, I imagine that there's just, people have, saw a post, the liquidations that just happened are going to be wild across the market, alts and Bitcoin. Surprisingly, on Bybit perps, there wasn't actually that much volume in this wick, considering how big the move was. And the delta wasn't that big. So a lot of those shorts had already been stopped out up here. 57 million negative delta. You would have thought you'd get a lot more in here. But a lot of volume, 180 million volume in a 5-minute candle. So let's talk a little bit about the crazy kind of price action we've gotten. Now, someone's saying the title is crazy. Has it really been that long? I mean, yeah, this is certainly got to be the biggest move down in, I haven't really measured it, but it's comparable to this move since back in July of 2022, I would imagine. Yeah, so Elon sold his Bitcoin. I guess that could be a catalyst. It's basically long liquidity just got absolutely wrecked. It sucks too because I actually covered my short here. I had shorted up. Well, let's go to the 30-minute chart. I'd shorted up here, and I had some of it running, and I covered it here and took a small long. I'll talk about those longs really quickly. That obviously got stopped out. Of course, I would have loved to have had this short open for this move down, although you'd have to have been very quick to cover it. On this bounce, price ran up 7% from sweeping that low and over 11% almost instantly. But that would have been a great short to cover there. All right, so I just want to talk about a couple things because, okay, someone's saying they can't hear. A couple things that preempted this move, and I did mention it. I sure as hell didn't short it though, in the Discord, which was a sign of strength. Would have been we had this local grinding structure on the 5-minute before this impulse, and we had a local grinding structure forming here before this impulse. Now obviously this is a massive impulse, but this is a clear sign that there's suppression, limit orders being stepped down. Typically in algo, you can see these, sometimes they're cut almost perfectly on low time frames. You can see these start forming. They don't always ultimately lead in the biggest liquidation of the year, but just something to keep a lookout for on the low time frames, because only an algo can step a perfect limit order on a perfect trend line, right? So anyways, that can happen to the upside, to the downside. I would have liked to have seen like a nice long trigger would be obviously like breaking this trend line to the upside after a sweep. But anyways, keeping an eye out for those low time frame ascending and descending structures. As far as this goes, I did take a long, but I took it down here, and I took it small and I took it wide. So basically, had to react to that obviously quite quickly. And I'm gonna take 1 second. I'm gonna pull up a ton of levels on the charts here, by the way, in a second. A bunch of Elliott wave stuff, harmonics, things that have been in folders for a long time, and give my perspective. All right, so, and we're gonna get into that, and I'll go through comments, and we'll go through over a bunch of stuff in the Discord. So as price, so here I was saying, waiting for a break is probably the clearest trigger to add. Price can easily keep chopping and wicking the lows. I wasn't obviously expecting a nuke, but just showing this trend line. I was pointing out this trend line here too. That's the low time frame I just showed. Just saying that these are really nice triggers. This is the one we had before the initial move down. Those low time frame ascending, descending structures can be used for triggers. Where was the one here? This was the one up here. Anyways, I was pointing those out at the time. You do want to see those break, sign of strength. This is before the other leg down. We first took the range lows, and we never broke them. We actually just came straight back up, retested this trend line perfectly, and that's where we had another leg down. So I only want to point those out because they can be really strong low time frame signals. We nuked. I said, holy shit. 0 chance I'm not trying to a small long if we reclaim here. Here, right? Showing this long. If we can sweep and reclaim, we obviously did. But price moved up like 10% instantly. And I was looking to cover that long with a TP1 at a minimum very quickly if we see any weakness. I did mention, hold on 1 second. All right, maybe this will be better for the volume. Hopefully, it says it's peaking on my thing. Obviously, if we just V-shape here, I don't think that's likely. It would just be awful for a lot of people, right? Like, how do you even get long exposure? You know, price takes this low, sweeps it, it's up 10% in a second. And if we just kept going up, I mean, that's the very unlikely, and that's sort of the sort of thing that gets you FOMOing. So let's talk about some of the key ideas on a high time frame here. I can't help but be a little disappointed, not because I covered this short early, but because I had some super sweet ideas that were very close to being perfect. And they were very close to being perfectly in tune with other things like the index. Everyone knows I've talked about it. I mean, if you follow me on Twitter, I've talked about it a lot. Damn, it's kind of annoying. I've had this idea since December, and I've had the idea of coming into this descending channel since December on the DXY. And at the same time, I would have liked to have taken this high that we barely front ran on Bitcoin. Whether you follow me or not, you'll know that we kind of just chopped and ranged down here. And we had basically Bitcoin decorrelated from every other asset for a month and a half. So that's a little frustrating. But anyways, these Elliott wave, the general ideas here, they're still kind of in play. And so we're going to talk about a few things. The concept of this was that we're going to come down and retest this range low, and I'm going to talk about some of those ideas here. So high time frame, if this is indeed a massive bearish rejection, which it is starting to look that way, and we aren't going to see a bounce, well, probably lower on the way. This was a leading diagonal. I had a few different variations of this count that I did these when we were here, right? I was just looking at for some potential ideas, ways to structure this that could be valid. This is a 333. So I actually made this count before this move down as well. I made it during this rally. Just trying to think of ways that we could, a couple things. So this would be the most crazy price action. I need to actually review this because I made this like 3 months ago. 2 months ago, whenever this was. I guess I made it in June. I need to review this, but this would be... Basically, this would see us come back. So the idea here is we have a WXY. We come back down into these lows. This is an A. We do come up and take these highs. This would be our B. So basically, the narrative here would be, oh, this big sell-off happened because of Elon Musk, but it's not a big deal. The world's not over. And we rally. We take these highs into the 1.237. Is this even correct? I pulled these before these levels existed. So let me just pull up. It'd be more like this. This is a very complex correction. These are not typically something you'd predict, right? Because it's just, there's too little. I'm just actually looking at this freshly for the first time in a while. Because there's not enough data here. But if this happened, the idea would be we would push up into an expanded wave B here. And when I came up with this idea, I actually shared it on Twitter with somebody. And I said, here's a count that could be valid if it happened. And it would just be the craziest price action. The idea of coming up with this count and thinking, would this be valid, was literally just to come up with something that would wreck everybody and be crazy. So anyways, I'm not going to discount the idea here. A, B into the 123.7, and then we would come into, well, I don't even need to read all this. It's in a folder. We'd come back into these lows around 1700. Our 1618 would align perfectly there for a wave Y. And then maybe we range around here into some kind of triangle before an impulse up. So what are the confluences here if we got something like this? All right. I mean, for those who... I'm not going to go through all the trouble of sharing that I talked about this idea on Twitter or whatever. But back here, my account was to come down here and push up for a wave B and then into a wave C, okay? We didn't hit the exact target down here, but the general idea is still valid. I have adjusted the account slightly, and there's some other variations I was looking at. We front ran the high slightly, but the whole idea here would be on a high time frame. All these counts, so I'm looking at Elliott wave, harmonics, and just simple range structure. And I think some of this stuff is probably in play, honestly. But all right. So the idea would be to put in our B in this harmonic, come down to our C, and then we rally to something like 45, 46, 47K after retesting the lows of the range, which is also going to be the 886, which is going to be the target for this high time frame harmonic, which would also be the target for some of these Elliott wave variations. It's hard for me not to like this, even though the high didn't come in where I wanted it. Now, of course, if this kind of 333 idea played out, we could still get this 33K high before the move down, which would just be wild price action. We are going to talk about levels here. We're not just going to look at Elliott wave and harmonics. But I'm just giving context. We're giving context for like what would be the technical ideas kind of surrounding some of this. So as far as technical levels, well, let's get rid of this. You know what? Let's keep the range on, but let's turn off the harmonic and this. All right, so the technical idea here is, well, we have three major pivots, 1, 2, 3. we are at the golden pocket for this pivot low to high. We front ran that and pivot here. This was a major target. The major target for this long for me was here. I took a scalp long here and I closed a lot of it. Full disclosure, I only rode like 30% of it up because I hadn't quite hit the target I was looking for, which is why I started forming some of those other ideas for what could bring us down here before we take this high. And that's what the whole 333 idea is, which is not particularly likely at the time when I drew it. Now it's looking a little more likely. But here's a major technical idea. We're going to draw out a couple more key high time frame levels, and we can't really dismiss any level given what's happened here as being potentially relevant in the immediate future. If we can't hold this low, which we obviously have a very nice reaction, this is critical support. There's no other way about it. No structure here. We've just retraced the entire move. We've swept this low. We have a major reaction. Critical support all the way down into this wick is a region. Price could retrace. I mean, that's 10% away. So, I mean, there's very little you could do to trade this using risk management and have like a interesting position. I mean, if you tried to long here, it's like a 2R trade with a stop under the wick. To me, not a position I'd be interested in. Sorry, just looking at chat really quick. I'd like to look at alts. I mean, I'd like to look at alts because I haven't reviewed a bunch of alts yet, personally. I haven't even seen if some of those alerts are going off. But anyways, if we lose this, I mean, where's the structure, right? This is probably getting retraced. I said earlier today that if we lost this descending structure here at this intersection with the golden pocket, sort of last line of defense, right? Wow, it's like literally right where price just nuked. But I mean, I'm not saying I was anticipating necessarily just straight down. But I said on Twitter, if we lose this critical support, accepting that we probably retrace this whole move, right? And I just drew a squiggle down to here, which we did just instantly. But what I would be looking for personally here, if I was not in a long, which I am, but I mean, I'd like to take profits on it, and I'd like to try to long this level again, would be I'd hope for a retest of these levels with some clear bullish absorption. In fact, I wouldn't just hope for a retest, I'd hope for some structure. Come back down and take these lows. That would be nice. This move's incredibly volatile though, so I mean, I think if you're looking for longs, if I was looking for longs here, I would just have to wait for some structure. If we V-shaped, it'd be tough to get in on that move, frankly. I want to say too, someone in the Discord said that they opened a short 20 seconds before this nuke happened. This is the luckiest trade of their life. And I have to agree, it's a pretty lucky trade in the sense that you open a short 20 seconds before the biggest move down in over a year. You know, you think of all the times you could have opened a short over a year and a half, and you opened that one 20 seconds before this. So kudos to him. But anyways, so kind of cool, I think, what's happening. Personally, I'm always using risk management. So something like this, like, I'm never going to take a stop loss. Whether price goes down 100% straight down, well, I mean, obviously there's slippage, but I also use exchange risk controls to account for that, so it can only get so bad. But I'm not going to take a bigger loss than had I just been stopped out of shorting here and price went like this. I mean, there's no difference to me because I'm using invalidation and a stop loss. So if price goes straight up and I'm in a short, or straight down and I'm in a long, it really doesn't matter to me how far price moves past where I've already stopped out my trade anyways. And fortunately, I was trading small, looking for opportunities to add that I never got. So anyways, I'm excited because we have volatility back in the market. I mean, we're gonna potentially come back into the type of price action. Let me go to the daily chart here, where we're not stuck in like a 1% range for 8 days, where price is, like if we zoom out on the daily chart here, let's just clear off everything. There is almost no volatility here compared to this volatility, right? So we've been in a very low volatility environment for a couple of months, and it used to be like this, it was a great trading environment for shorts and longs and shorts, where you're getting 20, 30, 40% moves over the course of a week and a half, up and down, versus nothing. So with volatility back in the market, there's going to be great technical setups, I believe, over the next few weeks and month, and I'm looking forward to that. So I hope it's clear. I'm going to recap my ideas here. Key local support is holding this region. We could come back and retest it. That'd be the best case for getting into longs and reclaim. There could be lots of ways this structure forms. Key local resistance. Is this aligned perfectly at the 786? Well, local, I mean, you got to look to take either of these highs. I would look to for shorts. Like if price could come up and sweep these highs and then reject, that could be a nice, interesting short. Longs back at the lows. And if we break this down, I'm going to have a hard time, if there's no structure that forms, like say over the course of a few days or weeks, that offer their own internal setups based on that structure, I have to expect that this low is going to get taken. I see no reason not to. So if the 333 plays out, I'm going swing short at a sweep of these highs. Anything's possible here, so I'm just saying these are ideas that I'm interested in. Swing short, sweeping these highs. Looking for longs and retracements back to support here, if we can get them. Maybe some scalp shorts here, if the market recovers and wicks. Tight invalidation. Obviously taking these highs would be even better. But essentially we're stuck between here and here for key ideas. That's our only structure. Here for high time frame idea, and down here for high time frame idea, until we get some local structure built. And what does local structure mean? I guess I shouldn't just breeze over that. I'm going to talk about it very quickly. Probably the biggest mistake I made this week in trading was I had some scalp short ideas and I didn't take them because I was posting on Twitter. I shorted up here. This is the short that I covered too early down here. But something like this. This is a key local structure. So if price is forming a range, we come up, wick the range high. That could be a nice tight invalidation short. I had this marked out as when we broke here. You know, at the time I was expecting just the range lows. No reason to expect a major breakdown. We either get one or we don't, but you know, a retest of this. Key local resistance. That's local structure. This is not local structure. We need to let price form it and see what happens. I mean, if price just starts pushing up here, unfortunately, we might just V-shape this entire rally. I'm just saying unfortunately because I know almost no one's going to have a long here. A few people in the Discord I saw did take one as well on this sweep, but it's just a hard move to catch. But again, it's not the most likely scenario. It's just it gets more likely the higher price starts grinding up. I think it's going to be important to pay attention to what happens here into the weekend and because we can't discard the fact that yes, we might get some local structure, but if we do rally, it could come quickly. It could be something like this, right? Where maybe we grind down a little bit and then we just V-shape. So, anyways, I have nothing to say locally here as far as like a trade I would take. The only trade I would take, which again I did say in the Discord, I said there's no way in hell I'm not taking it long if we claim this, just because so much volume, so much volatility. It's literally the only level you have to trade before either price goes much higher or much lower. So, I mean, it's just a no-brainer. But you have to be prepared for that. So until some of these other major levels come into play, I'm just going to be watching local price action. So let me read through the comments, and we can look at some alts. Okay, catching up. Someone's saying, how can it bounce 13% in 20 seconds? Because the books are wiped out. I mean, tons of volumes coming in. There's no, like, when you think about like limit orders sitting in the books on an exchange, they all just got wiped out. So the books become thin and tons of volume and lots of people trading, getting stopped out, going long. So price can just start moving quickly off of very little volume. Someone asking for my input on the ES. I think I've done that already. I'm sure they asked before I kind of gave my perspective. I mean, my perspective is very bearish. Until invalidated, I have no reason not to continue on with this thesis. I mean, Bitcoin essentially became decorrelated for this entire rally of the S&P. The whole idea of, I mean, I literally posted, like, I've posted some jokes, but like with Maine and Wifey on Twitter, they'd posted some stuff, and I said, you know, I made jokes like about, you know, you hold your puts, because he was shorting all of this, of price coming up to here, and Bitcoin pushing up to here. And their comment was, you know, if the ES goes to 4,600, Bitcoin's going to be at 45K or 50K. And then I said, well, what about the ES rallying, a slight decorrelation, and Bitcoin rallying 13-14%, whatever it was, right? Taking these highs and then nuking with the ES. And it's just frustrating because it's so close to being perfect, but the decorrelation was like insane here. But my perspective on the ES is just super bearish, frankly, if this plays out. And I expect that to affect crypto. Well, yeah. I mean, now we're correlated, right? Now we have extreme correlation on the downside. But, you know, like for me, I'm not responsible right now for guessing what's going to happen in the next 24 hours, 48 hours. I need to be, I want to watch what happens, how price develops and how order flow develops. And like certain things become more likely, certain things become less likely. I'm going to update my perspective as this move kind of settles down. But yeah, I think probably the worst case for most people would just be a straight up rally through these highs and then a rejection. You know, have we ever seen price action like that? We've seen some things that are kind of close, like this wick comes to mind, where we wick straight down. I remember this, and we came straight back up for forming a range and taking these highs just barely. I think this was into the 382 actually, or was it a minor 382? Yeah, it was perfectly into the 382, which is a bearish fib retracement actually. So you know, this would be similar. Price rally 25%, but we did form some structure here that you could have longed on the daily chart. But yeah, I mean, that's the only thing I can think of that would be similar to the idea of coming straight down with the wick and then making a high there. I'd have to think about it a little more. Maybe it's happened before, but yeah, that'd be probably the worst case for most people, because no one's going to have a long off of the lows, and it's going to be hard to find a risk managed long out of here that has any kind of size if we go straight up. So I do want to look at order flow really quickly as well, and we can examine this move from that perspective. Shouldn't be surprising that, you know, we've had this is generating more volume than we've had in a while, but still I think relatively low volume, at least on Bybit here. And more longs stopped out than we've had in a while. So what was kind of the bearish kind of early sign here in order flow, which was the reason I was shorting, but of course it's hard to predict something that only happens once every year and a half, right? But we started forming bearish absorption here. So my perspective was and I made videos about it on the Discord, and I talked about it on Twitter too, but you know, if you're using order flow, these were along my exact words, if you're using order flow to dictate the direction you want to prefer to trade, then when you start to see price consolidating here with these bearish divergences, lots of longs opening up, price being held down, you want to look to fade the rallies. And so that was the justification I used for looking for aggressive shorts on these impulses. Now, of course, and the idea is you're going to get a big flush in longs, but of course you don't really necessarily think that it's going to be this big, but there's a case for just building short positions here as your preference, because this just is clear suppression on order flow. And we had some big moves here. At first, you know, big is relative, 57 million, 34 million volume, 28 million negative delta. This is a big negative delta candle. As we came into these lows, we started to see some bigger moves. 100 million volume, 26 million negative delta, 44 million volume, 14 million, 89 million volume, 21 million negative delta. These are typically signs of a low coming in, right? It's the nature of a low. I mean, these negative delta candles were bigger than anything we saw here, or any of these lows that formed pretty nice rallies, and certainly bigger than any of the positive delta high volume candles we got to the upside. But of course, then we see the breakdown here, and I was going to say there's only 74 million volume here, 174 million, 187 million volume in these 15-minute candles, 60 million negative delta. So here we see 22 million positive delta. Delta is market longs, market shorts. And a lot of that is going to be shorts closing. So shorts closing on that rally. A lot of shorts closing the whole way down. Shorts still closing. Lots of shorts closing. But yeah, I guess the only telltale kind of sign of this for me was the last like 15 days when we start forming this bearish divergence, where you could say I want to get short. Unfortunately, like I said, I covered that short too early here. Where did I even cover that? Like here, 27,600. It's a nice short, but of course that would have been better. So watching how order flow develops here over the next few days is going to be important. It's worth noting there are high time frame bullish divergences on almost every single exchange. There has been for a while. So that could be a case for, like, you would have expected to see more selling, honestly, coming into this than we did get. I have to look at other exchanges now. Like, I do want to look at some other, like Coinbase and other things. Binance, I don't particularly like their data, but I might give it a glance. All right, let's look at some alts. I will answer a quick question here. Someone says, would it be stupid to look for longs or to take a long here? So just when I say like trading with risk management means you need invalidation and your size needs to reflect that. So like, where's your invalidation for a long here? I mean, you could try just to long and run tighter invalidation. But even here, it's like 5% away. And I mean, it's not a crazy, but like the odds of this holding are quite low for a 5-hour trade. If you have your stop down here, I mean, you're really looking at like a 1.4-hour trade. That just means you have to size it very small if you don't want to risk more than 1 or 2% of your account. You know, the long down here gets a little nicer, but yeah, I would just say like longing here, I would never long without risk management, which means I'm not going to risk more than 1 to 2% of my account if my stops hit. And so it's kind of just hard to like find a good setup here, and if you didn't catch that wick. Do you think we will retest 24.2K? I don't know. I hope. I mean, maybe. That'd be nice. I think it would be like weird if we just went straight up here, but I mean, price is moving, so until price can start retracing, it's just going up. But I mean, I think the most likely case is we form some kind of range. All right. There is an alt I want to look at. I know that XRP took this low because I had this pulled up crazy. XRP. I want to look at FTM really quick because I was looking at a level earlier today. It has not been tapped yet. I had an Elliott wave idea a long time ago on FTM, and it was coming to this 1618, taking this low. So I am interested in this long on FTM if we can take that low, actually. Why don't I have I think, I don't know for sure. We just had a bunch of alert maintenance on TradingView, and I think a ton of my alerts disappeared, which is kind of frustrating because I have like a lot of analysis on random stuff. So anyways, I am going to be looking for a swing long idea here, you know, and I'm, again, always using risk management, but something here, depending on where this low comes in, or reclaim, some kind of idea. It's really, I mean, technically we should have a nice rally off of this, but I'll have to kind of come up with some TP1 targets based on reactions. I mean, I'd like to take this high. All right, Solana, I'm being asked. It's going to be interesting to just see like local analysis completely irrelevant. Fuck me. All my alerts gone too. Well, this was not irrelevant. This is a setup from I had from a while ago, but yeah. Well, anyways, this is a really nice technical setup. I'm a little disappointed. You know what? I probably wasn't going to be able to trade it anyways. Price was moving so quickly. Usually I have alerts front run on the level, but I mean it's a beautiful technical setup. I think I shared this in a live stream actually a while ago. But the idea here is we have this big point of control, this nice fib here. We have the origin of our impulse, and you know, if you remember, I talk about these same things in a setup all the time. And so the idea here was, hey, maybe we can come and sweep this low into this key level. This is just a nice technical setup, and you get a swing long with your stop under the wick wherever it comes in, right? And then the same thing for a short here, if we could push up and take this high. So these were the two setups I was interested in. It's a little late to get into this long now. I mean, prices moved 10% already, just like Bitcoin. So anyways, Solana, this is a key idea. Be interesting actually to see how many alts are at key ideas. It's actually the same setup in a way as Bitcoin, like sweeping the impulse low into the golden pocket, sweep, reclaim. The structure is a little different, but the general idea is actually the same. You know, if you'd grabbed that with a limit order, maybe it could have worked, but you'd have to have been dedicating your time to market into this on Solana. Yeah, I mean, if we break down, I guess we have this ascending structure in play, but I mean, depending on where we interact with it, you want to kind of see some maybe horizontal confluence, probably going lower if we break down, but this would have been a nice long setup. I might look for some consolidation retracements if we get them. Okay, let's go to algo. Just watch, like every single one of my setups are just going to be, I just want to click on a few of these because no, I haven't done analysis on algo in a while apparently. This doesn't seem right. I swear I've done analysis on algo. Interesting. Apparently I haven't. Just low time frame stuff. Well, algo just took a major low. I have a feeling we're about to just see tons of amazing setups. Algo swing failure, this major low. Prices moved 15% from the low. I mean, you could technically probably justify a small position. Ideally, a retest would be better as a swing position, but yeah. If I had done analysis on algo before, I would have hoped would have said on a high time frame something like this. I'm actually super confused here. Let me just do one thing in the Discord because I swear I shared an algo setup in the World Series of Trading team comp. channel. Interesting. All right, well, we're gonna look at a couple other things. I guess I didn't. Yeah, I'd taken some requests. That's where the Sol trade came from, actually. Somebody asked for my Sol analysis. Swing failure on audio. Be nice to come tap this descending channel, but we have swept this low as well. Taking this low looks really nice. Taking this high was a little wick. I mean, technically a swing failure here. It's not to be overlooked, but I'm going to reset my alerts. I would be interested in that if we could get it. Let me go to, I just want to go to a couple things I'm curious about. Where is, what am I looking for here? Nice. All right, well, similar setup on render as Sol. So just for context here, we'll just pop over really quickly. So this was like a week ago. I just shared some things. I said render's grinding down locally. We do have a swing failure currently, but not liking the local structure for long, although it's not unreasonable. Ideal long would be the 786, sweeping that impulse low. It's a long ways away. Alternatively, if we do push up into a short, into this trend line, could be a nice idea. What I didn't like for long was just this grinding structure. Usually goes to downside. So I'd shared the idea of a long into this golden pocket, sweeping this circled low, or into the 786 here. Which I didn't have it drawn on this chart because the last post I posted two charts showing the short setup and the long setup separately, but the beautiful long setup there as well. I mean, this was the long setup. So catch that nice wick. And again, so the cool thing about this, we can go over it, is we're just going to notice the theme. These setups are sort of, I wouldn't say predictable in the sense of you can predict the moves coming, but the key levels are very similar. Into this key golden pocket from this low to this high, sweeping this impulse low on the daily chart, the low that is circled. Oh, we didn't actually sweep it. We came into the golden pocket. But anyways, kind of a nice idea there. And like I said, I have a feeling we're going to run into a few of these. And also just kind of late to get into that trade if you weren't prepared for it. It's very hard to trade like 10 different alts at the same time, especially in volatile price action. So either you have limit orders set or you're kind of dedicating your attention to one alt. All right. There's only a few more I want to look at, and I will take more requests. There's Woo. Yeah. So I mean, all these setups are pretty clear. I don't know. I said Woo has been two nice bounces off the major 786. Nothing I would be interested in personally beyond sweeping and reclaiming this low. So obviously we got that move. I actually wonder how many people in the World Series of Trading channel who requested these analyses took any of these trades. So far, they're like 100% hit rate. Unfortunately, I did not take any of them. I want to look at Ocean really quick as well. Ocean obliterated this level. Yeah, this sweep, this trade wouldn't have worked very well. I mean, you probably actually wouldn't have even taken it. Like if we go to the 5 minute, I just want to actually see how this played out. Yeah, there wouldn't have even really been a trigger there. Price went straight through the level without even reacting at all in probably 1 minute. Someone's asking, do you believe in SUI's fundamentals? I don't know anything about their fundamentals. I don't know anything about that project. All right. Someone's asking for Ape. Oh, this is FTX. Probably not the best exchange to chart Ape on. I don't think I've done analysis on Ape in a while. I have a very wide ascending channel. Basic levels marked out here. I mean, this descending channel would be interesting because we would take this wick. I mean, we'd have to come down to like sub $1.97. But I mean, what's the, like, this is probably, this is a 300%. Like if you got a wick like this and tried to long it, you'd need like a 300% stop loss if it happened immediately. Maybe you just come and barely take it. So a channel like this is very hard to trade, right? I mean, maybe you take a small spot position where, like, if it goes to 0, you don't really care. So it'd be a 90% stop loss. Forgot that this isn't a short, it's a long. But you basically be, your whole position would just be a stop loss. It's a 300% move, rather. Would it be interesting to look at low time frame price action on Bitcoin? ETH obliterated a bunch of, I mean, everything obviously obliterated a bunch of levels. Is there any structure here? I'm just kind of curious. ETH does like the 0.5. So it's the GP from this pivot low, kind of similar to Bitcoin from the second pivot low. I'll have structure here though. Didn't sweep a major level. You know, it's funny. Oh man, you know, you could kind of think about like how you could have done things a little differently. Because in the Discord, I longed this breakout. But then I got out just above break even because I didn't like the reaction we got. And, you know, as price consolidated here, we had some really nice technical rejections. And that's why I got out of my long. I said, I don't really like this breakout long anymore. And order flow started looking really bearish. Too many people were trying to long this breakout. But, man, it would have been a nice, there would have been some nice short setups in here. Like on this wick. Would have been quite nice. Or this one. Both perfect 618s. That's when I shorted Bitcoin, but probably that would have been a nice short to have. I can do that. Gerard wants me to look at ARB. I want to see where I have he says draw a channel from the top low, best swing failure ever. I have a feeling I'm doing this wrong to what you're asking. Diff pairing, so I can go Bybit. Okay, I'll take a quick look at Discord. You said you drew it in Discord. I'll find it quick. Oh, a parallel channel. I see. I can do that. I don't need to find it in Discord. That's a great swing failure. Nice range. I mean, this is something to note. It's not there's no surefire confluences, but typically when you find that give me 1 second. Typically when you find that alts are all hitting really key ideas, it's something to think about with Bitcoin. It's potentially it being a significant low, but I am kind of curious to just watch some low time frame Bitcoin price action. Just mark out some levels here. I mean, this rally is, I don't know, guys. I don't know. I'm hoping there's lots of clean long setups if this is a major low. It's just this rally is recovering quite quickly. I just want to see what could we consider the primary pivots here. It's kind of hard. You could claim these impulses maybe, but I'm just going to form a few structures here. Because there may be some okay, we're going to go to the 5-minute chart. I am going to get rid of these fibs. I mean, with this volatility, there can be some kind of fun scalp setups, but I'm going to go to the 5-minute really quick. Sometimes it's just easier to see the structure on the really low time frames. I know about these. I was watching this. Where is our key horizontal structure? I'm gonna have to just mark out some of these levels. You could justify drawing this from either. It's on a very low time frame here. This is just to get a sense of if price is moving in any kind of parallel structure. All right, well, I don't like this ascending structure that much. It may play. Just kind of curious what the what any long setups here would look like. All right, I might do some low time frame analysis to kind of end the stream here. I think pretty much any trades you're taking in here, they would have to be considered just somewhat low probability because of the volatility, but all this stuff is probably chartable here. We're on the 1 minute time frame. I'm gonna look for some confluences here. I wonder if there's enough here to consider this a parallel structure. I mean, I'm gonna have to go to like the 30-second chart. But maybe just a demonstration that price can move quite technically even on very low time frames. Be something like here. Price kind of grinding down in a parallel structure. It's not very wide though. It's about 0.5%. I do also want to look at order flow just to have a quick idea of what kind of volume and longs and shorts are coming in on this low time frame. Just loading it up here. I'm just kind of trying to form a narrative for what's happening here on a low time frame. All right, so 1.2 million volume on this wick. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be like probably shorting this parallel channel. I mean, technically you could try it and it's like tight invalidation, but it'd be nicer to have kind of caught some of this descending structure earlier on. It's a little suspect to be trying to short here. This also might be the golden pocket from this pivot. But this is technically starting to form into that low time frame grinding down price action, which can lead to impulses to the downside. So what's cool about this, and this is where I believe that price action's fractal. That means it behaves similarly on all time frames, whether it's the 1 minute chart or the 1 day chart. And so we looked at some of those setups where it was like, on a daily chart, coming down and sweeping the impulse low on the daily into the golden pocket and a reclaim, right? Well, that kind of setup here. So we have this grinding. We have grinding price action on the 1 minute, ending in an impulse. So just like you'd be on the lookout for price action grinding to the downside, to end in an impulse to the downside, grinding price action to the upside likes to also, it not always, but likes to end in impulses. So we can observe some of this stuff on a low time frame as well. Interesting scalp long setup might be to come down and sweep these lows and get a reaction, can offer tight invalidation. What would the target be? Well, you sort of need to consider taking profits into this high. I guess the cool thing about these low time frame setups is we haven't had this kind of volatility in a while, so this is almost a 3% move on price. It's a 5R setup. And that kind of puts to shame like a week's worth of price action for some of the low volatility weeks that we've had. So let me think about what a scalp short setup would look like here. But I was looking for confluences as well. Simple structure. Well, you look at that. The POC is right at the golden pocket. Some minor highs there. Just got to think about what would your invalidation be? What would your like trigger be? Could this be a short trigger? You could technically run it tight, run it wide. The best short trigger would just be to come up and sweep this high. That'd be the clearest. A minor short trigger would be to come and sweep these local highs. For anyone new just tuning into the stream, I started off by talking about high time frame ideas. We looked at a bunch of alts, and I'm just looking at low time frame price action and charting it. Nothing I'm sharing here are signals, or I'm not suggesting anyone take these trades. Just review some technical low time frame levels in this volatility. And I don't recommend anyone trade with live funds if they're not an experienced trader. If you don't understand risk management and proper sizing and how to utilize those things to protect yourself, it's just not going to end well for you in the long run. You could take a few winning trades in a row and feel on top of the world, but eventually, like I'm sure many did here, you're going to take a long, you're going to have no risk management because you think something's impossible, and then the impossible is going to happen. And it can be devastating. And that's why we use risk management. If it was impossible for price to just do this, then it's like, why would you ever use a stop loss, right? It's like, well, price has already come down so much, I'm just going to long. I'm going to go on 10x leverage and long because it's impossible that price goes down another 10%, and then you get liquidated by an instant 15% move to the downside. So we protect ourselves against especially those outlier events, because it only takes one. You could be trading fine for a year. It takes one time. All right, we potentially have some local bearish absorption forming here. So I do some scalping. And these are the kinds of things I look for. A low time frame structure. The daily close is in 15 minutes. So taking any trades outside of that close could be a little suspicious because pivots like to come in right after or around the daily close. You know, maybe in that 15 to 30 minutes after into the new daily candle. So when you're so close to that, you might want to consider, if you have some key levels that you're waiting for that session. I mean, you could justify, you know, obviously, like if we did come down and retest these levels, it's like potentially a big short here, like 10R. And better yet, if we sweep this high, we get really tight invalidation. With the 10, 15R short. Of course, if we just keep impulsing straight up, you're going to get stopped out. So you risk $1 to make $15. And that's it. Let me go. I do want to see. I want to pull some of these fibs back on the chart here. From both this high. Already had it pulled, but. And I do want this high as well. Interesting. Let's remove some of these setups for a second. So technically, let's clean up the chart. Something like this would be an intersection of this 618 and this descending trend line right into, if the timing is right into the 15-minute candle after the 15-minute candle close after the daily close, so, or into the new daily candle. Be a nice pivot, because what you think about is that leaves this little daily candle wick up to the highs, and I'm no Nostradamus, but I imagine if we get that impulse into the daily open, I bet you a lot of longs are going to FOMO in on a move up like that. Could trap some longs. What would this short look like? Structurally though, so I'm going to think about a couple things here. Might even take one of these trades. Be a nice hedge. So you could wait for price to come down. That would be a clear trigger. Be an easy enough trade to justify. Structurally, taking this impulse high is ideal. Which is our other 618, the other pivot. So we would break this trend line. So the cool thing, well, I say this, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen, but say we get this impulse up. It's very unlikely that we actually sweep this high and reject if we're going to push up to here. So you could wait for that to happen as your trigger, and if you don't get it, then you're looking to trade the sweep of this high. Even run a bit of a wider stop. You don't have to necessarily run it as like a tight swing failure. Yeah, I'm kind of liking the idea of, there is still the idea of sweeping this low into the daily open as well as like a scalp long, but like maybe you get both. Maybe you get something like this into this, you scalp a long and a short. I don't like the idea so much of trying to scalp a short here. Sorry about the sound, guys. I don't know. I mean, maybe I just don't have the mic close enough to my face. When I go to the software, it says my mic is peaking. I can get a little closer. Some people say it's been fine the whole time. Some people saying the volume has been bad. So I'm not sure what's causing that. But someone's asking, would I take these scalps on Rollbit? So for those that don't know, Rollbit, they have an interesting fee structure for scalping, like micro PA. That's actually better than most exchanges. But frankly, a lot of these scalps are like potentially 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10% moves. So the fees structure is abysmal on Rollbit. Like these are things you'd want to take on, you know, whether you're trading on BitGet or Bybit, just because you're really, it's too volatile. Like this is, you know, I mentioned Rollbit has been great for those scalps when like prices it caught in like 1% ranges or 1.5% ranges or 0.5% ranges, which we have had like multiple days of that this month. But when you're getting these big volatile moves, it's not so much worth it. Like for example, like I'll trade $1 million position sizes on Rollbit. If I took this trade on Rollbit and price came back down to here in a volatile move, I would pay $120,000 fee on that trade. Sorry, a $10,000 fee. So that's a big fee, $10,000 fee on $1 million position, because it scales with your P&L. Whereas you just pay 0.01%, 0.06%, whatever your fee structure is on the exchange you're trading on typically. So the long of the short answer, super volatile price action with bigger moves like this, I wouldn't be so interested in scalping on Rollbit. Daily close in 8 minutes. We're seeing some of that. It's kind of hard to see here already, but like what will happen, this is my view anyways, is like an algo will start pushing price down, and you will find that it often happens on really clean trend lines. And so if you think about, I won't go really deep into this, but if you think about the type of like how to get price to move on a perfect trend line, it's very hard to step down limit orders onto a trend line. Like a human can't actually do it in this kind of low time frame, because you can't set down a limit order on a trend line, like because you don't know when price is going to interact. So if price is here, and you're like, oh, I want to set it on the trend line. Well, if you set it here, then your order doesn't get filled. If you set it, you have to set it right on the trend line. So you create the trend line if you're stepping down price on a trend line. And so my view is like the algos that can sustain a trend line like this, they're not human, right? They're out. Yeah, this is not something a person can do manually. So you oftentimes start to see these grinding structures before impulses to the downside or impulses to the upside. We actually had a nice little volume bump here, and actually a slight bullish divergence. It's nothing I would trade, but it's we do technically on the 1 minute time frame have a slight bullish divergence between this and this forming. It's very slight. Little local trend line breaking. It's kind of interesting watching 2.2 million. Like, it's interesting watching some of this order flow, because relative to what we just had, like 180 million volume in this candle and 50 million negative delta, nothing happening here is significant. But relative to what the kind of volatility and volume we've seen any given day for the last several weeks, it's not insignificant. Like if we go over to order flow here, let me pull this over to this screen. We see this little bullish divergence between these lows forming. And we see this little, like, nice little wick and a decrease in CVD, a $1.2 million position coming in here. It's like 2 million delta divergence. So anyways, the point is, given what we're seeing here, not super significant, but it is actually kind of probably enough to create a little bit of volatility here. There's going to be a lot of people interested in participating in price. Daily close is in price action. Daily close is going to be in 3 minutes. We'll see if we can take some key levels. I'm kind of just interested to see how the daily close plays out here. Starting to form some low time frame structure. But the most important thing is you're not trying to guess where price is going to go, right? You're just marking out kind of key ideas and maybe trading them if you get a nice reaction. we've rallied 15% from the lows. Quite the recovery. I mean, we've essentially just had our biggest move up, our biggest move down, and our biggest move to the upside in months. Yeah, and I did post I was longing this as price was breaking down if we reclaimed it, but it was so quick. You know, you don't really necessarily think up here 10-15% away that you need to be talking about or even thinking about these levels. Certainly nice if you have some plans that you can react to quickly if something like this does happen, but you sort of would have to have had the idea as a possibility prior. Okay, there's the daily close / daily open. Slight bearish absorption on this high. Probably key local idea, come sweep these lows if we reclaim them. If we just nuke them, well, it's not long. So the interaction here comes right at the 15-minute candle close. So we would need to, I mean, we could take this low. We'd need to see a sharp move up to tap that. I haven't looked at all the other exchanges. Someone's asking how come it went so much lower on Bybit. I need to look at all the other exchanges. But everyone's order books are different. Like, you know, if you're looking at a spot exchange versus a per pairing, price will have come in at completely different places. That could be another sign for potentially seeing lower if a bunch of other exchanges didn't sweep that low. Typically, if there's a massive discrepancy between highs and lows between major exchanges, typically those wicks get filled and price kind of balances out because it creates a lot of imbalances, so, and inefficiencies in the market. So typically, you'll see those levels revisited. Not always. So we're seeing a little bit of selling coming into the daily open, a little bit of absorption, nothing major. In fact, I would say the bearish divergence between here and it's not really even a divergence. It's just a bit of bearish absorption. It's pretty much on par with the bullish absorption here. I mean, the only thing I'd be interested in for a short probably is if we could impulse up into these highs and either reject under here or take this high, take the impulse, origin of the impulse high. For a short. Could get quite nice tight invalidation. Yeah, ETH, slight front run, at least on Bybit, of the impulse origin. Structure is probably very similar. Again, you see this same low time frame structure developing before those moves to the downside. Right at the golden pocket though. It is funny. It is funny when you kind of have like a thesis for Bitcoin and ETH's price action is similar and the thesis kind of happens on ETH instead of Bitcoin. Oh yeah, I mean this would be a similar idea. But we've kind of tapped that golden pocket. You could argue also we took the impulse here, if you call this the origin of the impulse, this 5-minute candle, but Bitcoin pushing up. This is not a perfectly drawn trend line. Alright, first local resistance being tapped here. Just our local golden pocket. POC. I mean, it would be a pretty aggressive short to try to short a rejection here. Taking the high would just be so much better. Shorting a sweep of this high. But interested to see how price reacts here. It's technically a local level. ideally price just, when you have a couple levels of interest, but you'd rather short the higher ones, the ideal scenario is that price just blows through the minor levels and doesn't even give you any kind of possible trigger. No crazy volume coming in here. 300k delta in this 1 minute candle. Positive, negative 300 here. Nice technical reaction though. Right into the daily open. It's gonna be a giga short, isn't it? Well, you snooze, you lose. Let's fake them out and then run the highs. If we could be so lucky. So like if I was scalping on Rollbit where you can get in, get out instantly for free, you don't even have to pay fees. Could try something like this. It's a little suspect though. I don't like it. You might get a reaction. It's a local technical level, but I mean we got a little reaction. But I think it would just be such a cleaner idea if we could impulse into this daily candle, get some real FOMO, some serious volume, something here, with the trigger being a sweep, or could maybe consider some more aggressive entries if we push up higher and shorting up here. And if we ignore the time, I mean, the timing of shorting this volatility, imagine you'd waited a month for price to push up 17% for a short of this high. It just so happens that it happened in an hour. Well, we've seen a lot of shorts close into this rally. Someone asking, shouldn't we get a short squeeze now? I mean, we've seen a lot of shorts squeezed here, right? Because price went up 16%. So for people probably marketing short here, not expecting price to go straight back up. And any swing shorts open up here have to start feeling the pressure now, right? A lot of them are going to have close, capturing a lot of that profit. It's hard to, if you're sitting here in a short and you're like, whoa, I'm in this great short, and then price is up 16, 17% instantly, it's hard not to feel like I just got to close this thing. So we've seen a lot of shorts closing actually already. Come on, local GP. I mean, yeah, we're definitely getting a little reaction here. Probably the most local resistance that could be considered for a short. It's not crazy. for a little more weakness. Order flow doesn't look great for a short here, frankly, but you have to wonder how much you should care about the order flow here and how much you should just think about what just happened here. New 15-minute candle in 20 seconds. Nice to get some volatility around that. Be surprised if even if we do reject locally, if the high doesn't come in on this new 15-minute candle. Ideally this. But yeah, a short like this is sort of like, it's not like 100% a YOLO short. It's technical. So it's certainly not a major idea. I mean, if you traded it back into the retest of this range, it's an 8R maybe. But let's see if we get that impulse on the 15-minute. But regardless of if we reject here or not, it's cool to see, always cool to see how price interacts with technical levels. Certainly getting a reaction here. Just this local point of control, local golden pocket. Price is certainly interacting with the level. DXY right on this trend line. This does look like pretty choppy, grindy, bullish price action still. So this is like a case where, you know, if you're scalping and you had these ideas, we might be thinking, oh, maybe I should consider shorting this or getting a reaction right into the daily open. Waiting for a little more weakness can be good, but can also cause you to sort of miss the trade. But inevitably, when you short the minor idea, right when you enter, this happens. The thing about forming low time frame thesis is you kind of have to, you're ignoring all high time frame structure, right? So we have a new daily candle. We have a massive wick under us, which could be filled. I mean, taking this daily high is a higher time frame idea. So what if we range here for a week? Maybe we do retest these lows and then come up and take some of these highs. Trying to capture some of this volatility. I'm not saying it's not reasonable. I'm just saying you're trading the 1 minute chart. But this is looking like a nice little scalp setup, actually. See, the thing that's nice about when you're scalping really low time frame on Rollbit is you can open like on the wick rejection here, and then when this happens, you could just say, I'm gonna close this trade for free if we come back up to my entry. If price starts rallying, I'm just gonna close it. But you can't really get away with that on a normal exchange for the low time frame moves. Somebody is trading with high leverage. Drive with Bishop says, taking a scalp short now, 10% in profits already. So, taking. This is just scalpable. Take profit already on this on a Rollbit trade. So the technical idea here, well, we're reacting at the golden pocket, point of control right into the daily open. I mean, if we want to call this a swing failure, you kind of want to start seeing this holding as resistance. Order flow doesn't look, frankly, great for a short. Just technical levels. And what I mean by it doesn't look great is there's just no like heavy pivot volume here. We don't really need that necessarily to come and like take this low. Just run like a golden pocket to golden pocket move. And probably what I'll do is I'll stay live for like 9 more minutes, or maybe like 10 more minutes into the 15-minute candle and see where we're at. So this is funny. This is a 0.3, 0.4% range here. You know, price kind of stayed in this range for almost 2 days. And that rejection we just got was already 0.3% on the 30-second chart. So just, you know, pointing out that the volatility here is increasing. We just covered what was 2 days of price action and some of our less volatile ranges here in a couple minutes. So I highly doubt that we're going to range here for the next 2 days. Did anyone else have alerts get deleted on TradingView? I know people had issues where like alerts weren't working and other things. But I don't know what happened. Nothing like watching the 30-second chart here. It's really not a parallel structure. This would be nice. Right down into here. And maybe come and take that high. This is a 10R trade. What's cool about this, just, you know, if you have been trading Bitcoin the last 2 months, like it's been hard to find 10R setups, and when you start getting this volatility that we likely are going to get over the next few days and weeks, you start getting to situations where like you can string together 8, 9, 10R trades back to back to back relatively quickly. Just trading the same technical structural setups that you would trade in the low volatility, it's just all the price action is scaled bigger. So, you know, the risk is in a sense the same because the setups are structured the same, but the volatility just allows you to get much better setups. It's unlikely that we fall into like 2 more months of no volatility, I'll say, but you know, anything's possible. I'm just kind of curious. I just want to see. I'm not going to do an Elliott wave count or anything. I'm just curious what fibs each of these little micro pivots came on. So 0.5, 0.3, 0.5, or 3.8, 0.5, 786. I'm just thinking intensely. 0.5. Making a mess of my chart. what I'm doing is I'm not going to take the energy to build, like, try to build a valid Elliott wave count off the 30-second chart here, but I can kind of build a general framework for what the structure is here. Kind of some loose ideas, like one, two, for a wave 1, 2, like the substructure. And like, what would a corrective structure look like here? Just what the confluences would be. Sorry, I'm sure this isn't very fun. This would be the 382 here. Well, Mr. Bishop, for the short here, a really good sign would be to see this trend line break and this descending structure hold to end for an impulse into these lows. That's my opinion. And maybe we're looking at some type of zigzag. I'm just thinking about the local structure. This is a 1, 2, 3, 3, 3, 5, 5, 3, 5. I said I wasn't going to build an Elliott wave count on the 30-second chart, and here I am. And the reason is that, like, there's so many rules, and by the time you start forming the count idea, it's either already happened or it's invalidated. Doing it on this low of a time frame, it's quite hard to do Elliott wave on this low of a time frame. But in theory, the idea of like a fractal market is that the concepts kind of still apply. And price should be moving in these structures But there's there's many corrective structures. But price should be moving in these general structures at all time frames. And we wouldn't want to see that. But you would not want to see price. This is very silly for me to, like, the levels are just better and clearer, but wave 3. Well, let's see how it all develops. Nice. Bishop hit the TP1. Congrats. Nice little scalp off there, really. I mean, even if you took it here, that's 0.5%. I just looked up, we've lost half our viewers since the peak. Never a good sign. This is all not stuff that you need to be worrying about. But we are, we've broken this little ascending structure potentially. We are forming a trending descending structure. And at the very least, like, hopefully this is interesting enough just to see kind of what you could look for scalping. You can just apply all the concepts that I would teach in the Lucky Apes trading floor on higher time frames. You can apply it to low time frame price action. It's all very similar. Taking this low would be nice. The volume like here, and we do have, so I'll just point this out. This is just all like, so say you were scalp shorting here like Mr. Bishop, or just say like things I would be looking at right now is, let me switch the screen really quick. So we have this local descending structure forming. We have this amazing Elliott wave idea. Now we have some slight bearish absorption forming too. It's very low time frame, 1 minute. We're just seeing a little bit of buying pressure coming in here between these highs. A little bit of suppression in order flow on this descending trend line. But of course, if this breaks, then whatever. Impulse to the upside, I guess. But it bodes well for a scalp short idea so far. But Bishop's hit his TP1. Uh-oh. Coming for the break-even stop. What did I call this stream? Brain saying you nailed the title of this video, Lucky. Would be get a ton of clicks if it had a great thumb. I actually forget what I called it. Did I say the biggest nuke in a year or something? Or oh yeah. Yeah, and then people are gonna click on the live stream and see us doing Elliott wave counts on the 30-second chart. Very useful. All right. So, maybe we have a wave 3 idea here. Wave 4 maybe doesn't come back into the territory of wave 1. Although this wick would take this high. Price comes a little lower. We have it right on the golden pocket. May retest this high. Who knows? Drive with Bishop saying, I'm using normal market cipher. My normal scalp is 1 to 5 minute chart. Margin 500 to 2K on 125X, looking for trigger waves down and up. With your same levels without Elliott waves on the 30-second. I'm never charting Elliott waves on the 30-second. I'm doing it for fun because we sort of need to liven up the live stream a little bit. And thinking about how far I can push myself here to catch all the pivots on a 30-second chart, or quote unquote predict. But anyways, yeah, I think these levels, you can mark them out quite easily enough with just some really standard technical ideas that are quite simple. But you have obviously pivot lows, pivot highs, you have market structure. We're starting to break some of this descending structure. POC, local golden pocket, scalp into the daily open. And then I don't want to be I'm not saying this to be rude, and you might be a member, I'm not sure, but you then said, let me know if you would like to do a sample / simple live stream with me. It might be good for the newer traders getting into crypto trading to learn leading up to the halvening. I don't have any idea who you are, but but for those that aren't members, this is not typically what you're finding in the updates channels. The LATF isn't a stream of 30-second Elliott wave counts. Typically condensing things into more simplified ideas. Damn, we got to get rid of all this. Put it in the folder. Simple idea here is, which I kind of reviewed at the start of the stream when we were pushing up. It's your local golden pocket, your POC to the daily open. Could be a nice scalp. Primary idea is higher, but maybe sweeping this impulse low is a nice scalp long idea. Market structure, very simple for the long ideas. Not really interested in these. Could certainly get a reaction from them. That wouldn't be surprising. Taking this impulse low would be nice. And we can even look at that from an order flow perspective. Let me give that perspective really quickly. All right. So we can kind of imagine some things here on XO. Let's get rid of some stuff here to clean up the chart. All right. So if we look at this, where this grinding started, this is where we're grinding, and it ended in this impulse to the upside. Well, this impulse to the upside was also accompanied with a large increase in positive delta. So we went from the origin, let's call this the origin, 137 million negative delta to a peak of negative, so it's about 15 million positive delta. You see that big increase in CBD with that impulse. So in theory, there should be a lot of resting liquidity under this impulse. And typically when these impulses occur, they occur with nice volume. And so in theory, if you come down and sweep this low, you should start seeing that a dramatic decrease in CBD, because there's a lot of people participating here. So coming and sweeping this would be nice. And some confirmation that that is indeed the case is if we do see that big decrease in CBD as price comes down. And if you see a ton of negative delta come into this and then price starts bouncing, well, there's some local liquidity, might generate a nice move. I don't have any of my all right, so just pointing this out because it is indeed nice. WX says the dynamic profile is nice for measuring CBD like that. So the dynamic profile just basically allows you to pull a section of the chart and get the data on it, right? So you can see the increase in CBD here. You can see the volume. Just allows you to snapshot what's happening here. So you get some more context. You can sort of, like here, you can gauge a massive increase in CBD, obviously. You can gauge massive decreases in CBD. You can use the footprint charts to actually see what the nominal value of that is. Or you could use something like the dynamic profile to just capture the data in here, pull up this. How/where's the dynamic profile setting? It's just on the toolbar here, dynamic profile. So you can pull data and you can change how you, what the profile is showing you in terms of, you can do a volume profile, delta profile, bid-ask profile. Go into settings. Not gonna be able to see the text anyways. Kind of interesting. 630 million volume. Negative 11 million delta. Yeah, so a lot of this order flow stuff, like there's just lots of different ways to view the same data. And like the idea of a divergence between like delta and price and all of those things, it can be viewed in the footprints, it can be viewed with the CBD line. And so here we're seeing like an imbalance. This is low time frame, but like market selling, and it's very low volume really. Market selling, hardly any market longs, market selling. Another market selling has kind of stopped, and we're seeing a little move on a very low amount of volume of market buying here. So sometimes you'll see that happen where price moves quite a bit relative to other candles on almost no volume. Like 43,000 volume in this candle versus like 1,300,000, 217K volume, 500 negative delta. So we're getting some low volume candles here. Not like our 10 million volume candle we had here. I got a nice, is this a clean retest? Not really. Let's have the line drawn wrong now. Probably this low incoming. Turn on the Elliott wave count, because this is what we do at the LATF, the 30-second Elliott wave count. This actually looks like one of those meme charts where it's like, we're breaking resistance. Just like 300 things on your... We'll turn off the lines. That's just my maraca. Or my meth. See, now I just want to stay on the live stream to see this local price action resolve. But we are crossing the territory into wasting time. The other way, I mean, these are very hard to really think about. But so this is even confusing to explain. I don't even know if I have a good explanation for it, frankly. But so price moves between these key fib levels often, not always, but often. And so this creates sort of like this fractal nature to price where if you measure any given move, it's oftentimes floating between these key fibs. And so like when price comes into this local golden pocket, like we did, into this retracement, to this 618, it also turns this pivot low into the 618. So it's almost like another confluence for a high. I've kind of referred to this as a predictive fib, and you'll see it on high time frames often enough to maybe be aware of it, but it's like you have this low and you pull up and you almost can say, well, this impulse ending here would turn this into the golden pocket. So that it can be another confluence. It's not a standard or traditional way to use a fib, but it happens often enough to be aware of it. Part of me is thinking this, though, you know, although on one hand we're wasting time on this live stream, staring at the 30-second chart. On the other hand, we're not, because it's a good opportunity to talk about a lot of things, because we have this really volatile move, and really price is covering a lot of ground here relative to the kind of volatility we have seen. You know, getting actual tradable levels and probably a potential of getting 3 or 4 of them, or 2 or 3 of them over the course of an hour, and maybe looking at some of those levels as they come into play could be interesting. Some descending structures breaking. If I was on Rollbit, I would be TPing up to 786. So here we have this little local swing failure, local structure. And technically a bullish divergence on order flow there. All very low time frame, nothing major. It's not like a swing long or anything. Well, I say that until we impulse to 100K. But you can see here, selling pressure coming in on this low as we sweep this little local low, forming a bullish divergence between these lows and CBD and price, and getting a little reaction off that. We've been forming a bearish divergence, but it got neutralized into a bullish divergence. And that happens because people sell and other people absorb that selling. But again, it's all low time frame. All right. Now we are testing a local high on the 30-second chart. And if we wanted to keep pretending that this Elliott wave count makes any sense, could it be a flat in the sub count here? Because you would expect to see a flat, but this can't be wave 1, 2. So you would expect that price doesn't really want to come above this retest. You would kind of want to see, because you'd be expecting in the same way that you'd be expecting some kind of corrective structure in the subwave here, but I mean, it's looking a little dicey. So we are at our local golden pocket retracement of this move, which is a retest of this high that we swing failured. But order flow doesn't look great for a rejection here, but it is a technical resistance on the 30-second time frame. I don't think this is a parallel structure. But then again, it kind of is. So we also see a little bit of this is what I would say. Take everything I'm saying and then magnify it as if we were looking at higher time frame price action. The same principles apply here. I'm not necessarily expecting, you always want to think about higher time frame levels being more important than lower time frame levels. So if you're charting the 30-second chart, yes, you might get some nice levels, maybe we do here, but price oftentimes is moving towards higher time frame levels, and to get there it needs to break a lot of low time frame levels, but these principles still apply. So we're coming up to this resistance. It's a key retest. I'm pointing it out here, and it's actually a parallel structure, and it's the golden pocket of this move. So this is a technical resistance, and maybe it's an A, B, C type correction of that Elliott wave count. That part doesn't matter. But what do we see in order flow? Well, as we come up to the highs here, it's not a lot of volume, but we start to see longs opening. 62K, 55K, 52K, 118K, 67. These are actually some shorts stopping out. 67, 26, 8. So an imbalance, right? More longs than shorts at market. More longs, 228K. And we start seeing price rejecting off of that market buying pressure. So typically, if you're market longing into resistance, you want to see it break. And so it's always good if you have a thesis for lower here, and this is being resistance, that if you're seeing a bunch of market longs, this isn't a bunch, but it's relatively a bunch, into this resistance and you're rejecting, it's a good sign that, lower could be likely locally. All the same things we would apply on high time frames, we're just watching it on low time frames. So I'd mentioned that you don't really want to see price, if this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, for any of the Elliott wave buffs out there. I don't really want to see price come above into the territory of wave 1, so maybe 1, 2. And on a swing failure, you want this retest to hold, and you want this local golden pocket to hold. So far, so good. ultimately, I'd like to see price keep progressing down to here. Hey, but you got to say, at the very least, I have confidence in these technical ideas, right? To be marking out these levels and expressing some of the logic here. You know, I'm okay to do this, and I hope everybody's taking this as a learning experience, and you're not like Bishop taking 125x shorts on all of these levels. But I hope you're just kind of taking in what there is to learn from this. I'm willing to do some of this low time frame charting, and I imagine I should miss a few levels here along the way. But obviously, my primary focus is not the 30-second chart, so I don't want to give that impression. But these are the levels that are at play right now. So we're just looking at some low time frame levels. But I should eat dinner soon. But I find this is kind of fun. Spend a few hours on live stream, given the current volatility. All right. So again, we got that nice rejection and a little bit of bearish absorption forming here. Nothing major, but we're seeing some longs, 252k coming in here. So, the viewpoint here would be, well, they're longing a retest of this local support, maybe expecting another push up, but might have been a little cleaner to have done it here on the first test and the bullish absorption. And now they're part of the bearish absorption, so they might not go so well for them, but maybe. Might get out okay. And so what's worth noting here about this really low time frame order flow, well, we're talking about $250,000 in longs opening. In the context of price action right now, where you have these several $100,000 positions opening on these low time frame levels, causing reactions, but you can have a $10 million long open out of nowhere. And that changes the whole makeup of order flow, or $10 million short, and it gets absorbed. And so, especially if you're scalping, you certainly want to be paying attention to that sort of thing. But anyways, for now, we don't have a $10 million long opening, and we do have a bearish divergence starting to form between this little local high and local high, as some longs, some shorts closing, some longs opening, and the bearish divergence is just formed because someone's stepping down limit orders here, limit sells, holding price down. And so now as price comes lower, those longs trying to open can become part of the acceleration to the downside. And maybe this becomes a target. Maybe would this make sense? Now I'm confused by my own Elliott wave subs here. This have to be a wave 3. Structure's nice though. Probably if we come up and retest this channel, it's going to be 3 consecutive golden pockets. You really can't complain about that technical price action if you're scalping. So you have this golden pocket, this golden pocket, which is, so we have from this high to this low, this high to this low. We're starting to form a descending channel. The structure is kind of clear. We come down into this golden pocket, sweep these lows, maybe get another reaction, come up into this golden pocket, into the descending channel. Then maybe we make the final move to the downside, or we just nuke right here. And again, I'll only say this one more time. I don't want to start a wave of everybody on the 30-second chart necessarily trying to scalp. I mean, you're welcome to, make sure you have a good data set and you understand your ability to execute and all those things. This could be a fun thing to paper trade at the trading arena. That's our paper trading platform. But you can apply these concepts to the high time frames. It's the same concept. So a little added confluence here, maybe, depending on where this low comes in, is if we were to take this minor impulse into this channel, this golden pocket channel retest would be a sweep of this little wick. I think I would have made like, I don't know. All right, let's end the live stream soon, but let's see how this plays out here. Not a ton of selling has come in yet. A little bit more starting to come in. You would expect a bigger sell-off taking this low, potentially a breakdown, or it could generate a reaction. With the ultimate target here being this low at some point. It would be cool, I'm not saying that this is necessary because it certainly isn't. Like, you can just mark out the targets and wait for price to interact with them. It'd be cool if I caught every single pivot on the 30-second chart on the way down with technical structure. 390K. Some shorts opening here at the bottom. Not much, 240K. All right, so we've taken that low. We're getting a little reaction. So we're going to just observe if we break down here or not. But just pointing out, much like we had an imbalance of market longs at the highs here that I was pointing out, more longs coming in, 118K. So these longs get wrecked, right? They long the top. And a lot of those are probably closing on the way down. We're starting to see a bit of an imbalance now of selling, but we haven't reclaimed the level, right? but we're seeing majority selling, 119K at the bottom of this, 16K. This is kind of balanced. Yeah, it's almost perfectly balanced, but majority selling here, 369K negative delta, and here 1.2 million negative delta, and it's an increase in open interest. So we know a lot of these are shorts. So if the market wants to abuse these participants, shorting that bottom there, or that low, we don't know if it's the bottom, we could break down. It's gonna rally, and maybe it's gonna go to my other target, because the market likes to, even on these low time frames, it can abuse these traders. The guys longing the top of this move, shorting the bottom of this move. It says, hey, well, let's stop you all out. But we'll see. And structurally, it's just, let me get rid of this. It's just a swing failure, right? And we can kind of see the dynamics that create these types of moves, which is people are thinking, I'm gonna long up here on this breakout, they get wrecked, then they start thinking I'm gonna short this breakdown, and then price starts doing this, and then they close their shorts and maybe they flip long again, and then this happens. So, you know, that's the market can be quite abusive in that sense, but we can break down here too. It's not like there's 20 million shorts that just opened here. Sometimes break out and breakdown traders get away with it, but a lot of times what the market likes to do, and I'm not saying that we'll do that here, but it likes to chop you up before a move happens. So this type of price action can be common. And then by the time you've shorted the breakdown 5 times, you give up and then it breaks down. Maybe by the time it actually breaks down, you're longing. Frankly, though, I don't actually know if from an Elliott wave perspective it makes sense to bounce here. I'm sort of fading. But this would be the primary target for scalp long setup. These wicks also being targets if we break down. How long would it take to get here if we did come to this? So that's 26 minutes away, 27 minutes. Maybe. What do you guys think? Should we wrap up this live stream? Does everyone kind of feel like we've sort of covered all the imperative information here? We've built a framework All right, I'm getting all the diehards here. Want me to keep going? Yeah, all the usual suspects in here want and from the LATF. Well, I'll keep going. You know what? If you guys want to keep going, we'll keep going for a while. I just don't know if this becomes boring at some point. But maybe we just finish off this move. But so what have we done here? Well, we built a context for local structure. You know, it's certainly the lowest time frame context that we could possibly build. But all these pivots can be relevant, right? Really impulsive move here could be quite nice too. Like this, maybe backtest this. But price is certainly consolidating here, maybe attempting to lure in some more shorts. "24-hour live stream." You know what? I mean, if price goes crazy during this live stream and we nuke back to the lows, or we get like some 10 or 15-hour scalps and major levels come into play, it could turn into a 24-hour live stream. Because I don't want to sleep during that. But that is not likely. All right, let's do something else here. Let's clear the charts. And then let's stare at them. And just see if anything stands out. It's also nice just to imagine how, because people are trading this, right? People are opening positions. How are people viewing this price action, if there are indeed traders trading it? They're viewing this as a breakdown where we form this little bullish divergence, a breakdown and a retest and shorting. Are they viewing this as a breakout into the retest of this trend line? And now these structures are becoming less relevant. I always try to think about that. I try to think about, like, not necessarily as simple as, oh, people want to short here because it looks bearish, or people want to long here because price is going up. Maybe they're trading some kind of structure, right? And a lot of times people look at horizontal breaks as opportunities to short, horizontal breaks as opportunities to long. But still, very technical price action here. I think we have a pretty good read on what is going on here, how price action is progressing. I don't think most traders are looking at something like CVD. So I was asking, are the traders more likely looking at CVD? I don't think so. You know, in the last couple years, maybe the last year, I've noticed CVD becoming a more popular topic in order flow, but it's almost a meme in the LATF, and it's gotten way better now. But there was probably a year and a half where I talked about order flow and CVD absorption divergences almost every day for a year, and still no one got it. Like, people would ask the same questions over and over because all the divergences work different than momentum indicators. So what's a bearish divergence in CVD is not the same as like an RSI divergence. So what I think is, even if people are looking at order flow, they're probably likely to be interpreting it backwards based on just, you know, we've had major breakthroughs in the LATF where I think the majority of members really have a pretty good grasp of it. And certainly have to make some content to sort of make that more clear. But anyway, so just basing it off of how long it kind of took for people to start getting the grasp of it in the LATF, I just have a hard time believing the majority of traders are looking at it, using it correctly, and then you see the positions they're taking, and they certainly must not be, because the most longs open when you should be shorting, and the most shorts open when you should be longing. Like, if you were looking at order flow up here, I mean, we're just forming big bearish divergences on all these rallies, and the play would have to be to short, but you're seeing longs accumulating and opening into these rallies. So same concept as you'd see on a low time frame. It's crazy when we go to the 15-minute chart here and we realize, like, look, we're analyzing the 30-second and we're tapping these levels very nicely, but it's always good to get that perspective that, like, this is what we're charting here. Now we put our analysis back on. We remove the retail analysis and we go to the hardcore stuff. Let's see how shorts fared on this little rally. All right, so, you know, if we want to do a little bit of order flow analysis here at the low, just kind of pick up where we left off. People shorting, increase in open interest. Here a decrease, this is longs. People start shorting, 1.2 million negative delta at the low of the wick, right? So these, you see this imbalance, people shorting the bottom here for the breakdown. We see a little bit of consolidation, another 765,000 short. So we have an 822K short here. Every tick here, every width here is $10 in price, and 105K at the lows. And so this is causing more, a decrease in CVD, some more bullish absorption just between these two 1 minute lows. And then when we start seeing a squeeze up, we start seeing some of these shorts, some longs open here, some shorts closing, and then 560K. So some shorts trying to close into this rally, getting stopped out. Not all of them. But my point is, you can understand the context of price here and what's happening. It makes sense with the order flow. It makes sense what is happening here. These are shorts closing that just opened down here. CVD grinding lower. Open interest slowly increasing. So we're seeing shorts accumulating within the context of this trend. It's nothing major, but open interest is generally increasing with the decrease in CVD. All right. So some of those shorts squeezed out. Price coming back down. No heavy volume yet, but you can see here price moving on very little volume relative to this move up even. 97,000 volume, negative 95k delta. So whoever was holding price up here, they pulled their orders, they pulled the limit orders, and now price is just moving through this, potentially sweep these lows again, bait in more shorts and then stop them out, or maybe we break down. But what happens here if we do break down is these people who shorted here, many of them, not all of them, some of them closed out their shorts, so they're not going to be participating in this move unless they reopen their shorts. And we've also seen some longs open. 500,000 positive delta, 416,000 positive delta. These are on increases in open interest, so we know we have some longs opening with this increase in CBD. And then we have the 560,000 positive delta on a decrease in open interest. So we know longs have opened, shorts have closed. And so now there's some offside traders here locally. They were onside for a move down. They got offside. And now we have some local longs offside. Yeah, so this is sort of a every little if you imagine these as traders, which they're people taking positions, every little structure and price is sort of telling a story of what's happening to these traders. The breakout longers, the breakdown shorters who get stopped out, but then price comes back. The longs opening on the way up. Shorts coming back in. And so what we might see here, if we don't just break down, like we're just going to watch potentially traders just get chopped up here. Because now we have another 960,000 shorts opening. Maybe we get that, but we'll see. This local channel is kind of breaking, so I mean you could maybe, it's pretty close. All right, so we'll see how this resolves with order flow. But we see the decrease in CBD now, increase in open interest and negative delta. So 955,000 market shorting, 1 million market shorting. These are 1 minute candles. So we see the shorts coming back in at the range lows. And sometimes those shorts are enough to break the local resistance. I mean, price is not going to stagnate forever to trap $1 million positions, but you'd be surprised how long it will stick around to chop them up. Like, it's just not, like, if you're wanting a tight invalidation short, which I imagine these traders want because they're opening and closing positions in a very low, like 0.2 quarter% move price action, you got to get kind of lucky to short the bottom, short for a breakout, and expect to hold it for tight invalidation. Yeah, so somebody's asking, do you recommend that newer traders learn one specific type of trade so that before learning others, like your roll bit micro scalping? Yeah, I mean, I don't even think anybody should do the roll bit micro scalping. Honestly, if you're gonna do it, you're basically having to take like all this knowledge that might take years and years, and then you're applying it on, like, I trade on the 15-second time frame. I do this type of charting, these types of ideas, and you're making instant decisions. So it's going to be the hardest form of trading. I mean, you basically have to know exactly what you're doing and why you're doing it without a moment's hesitation. And so is that the best thing for a new trader to be doing? No. Same with this, right? Like, I have no idea. Maybe this all seems simple, like what I'm explaining here. Maybe it seems complicated. I have no idea. But my guess is that if a new trader comes in and starts trying to analyze the 30-second chart and take trades, I mean, how are you going to execute any of these trades? It's just, and how are you start with a blank chart. Like, are you really going to have any context for what's happening here? I don't know. I think it's much better to, like you said, focus on, and I've mentioned this before, focus on certain trade setups that you want to perfect, that are higher time frame, that you have lots of time to prepare for and really think about how you want to execute those trades, and that have a lot of room for error, because they're covering, there's more time to decide what you're going to do, and correct maybe execution mistakes. But if you have 10 seconds to execute a trade, then it can be quite challenging. And I'm going to be getting away from doing all that, a lot of that micro scalping, because we have volatility back in the chart. Just better to trade the higher time frame levels. Someone's saying when in doubt, use the force. That is true. If you don't have any levels and you don't know what to do, clear your charts, clear your mind, and use the force to make your trading decisions. If you want to be the Sith, you short. If you want to be a Jedi, it's long only. It's always fun, if we're gonna build the narrative here. Let's see what's happening to these guys. All right, so they shorted. Many stopped themselves out, some longed. Price is coming back down. They're shorting again, 955K, 948K, 617K. So these shorts are coming back into the market. It's about 2.5 million negative delta. Price is holding up a little bit here, maybe threatening to impulse and stop them out again. But I don't know. We'll see. The bottom line is, when you open $2 million, 500K of shorts at the bottom of this local price action, you want to see price go down. And that's the cool thing too, when you're, not saying that breakdown and breakout trading can't work. It's just, again, the market, that's how a lot of people trade, and the market likes to abuse those traders. And so you're going to get caught offside a lot. The cool thing about shorting like a key level retracement into resistance is typically price just either goes in your favor immediately, or the trade's not working, you get out. Because we've made a new low, I've already done it. you probably noticed, but I've adjusted this golden pocket now just because this is the new technical low. And it's framed against this descending structure now in, you know, a couple minutes. Three, 4 minutes. So we could imagine be a nasty little move for the people shorting here if this did happen. Stop them all out. Maybe bait in some longs. And then something like that. And this is how we form descending parallel structures. Uh-oh. So, these shorts aren't liking their position at the moment, but they have not closed them yet. They might be thinking, you know what, I closed it last time when we rallied here, and then we just came straight back down. I'm not going to make the same mistake again. I'm holding. I'm going to hold this short. But they don't realize that price will just go up until they stop it out. Not necessarily, not always, but there's a good case to be made that that's what's happening here. Ugh. And it's okay to feel a little bit of pain for these guys. And a lot of times these will be the same traders, right? And that's what, I mean, that's why I'm saying, like, order flow kind of tells a story. Maybe the guys, one of these guys, a couple of these guys shorted, got spooked out on this wick. Price came back down and they think, oh, I should have just left it open. They short again. Maybe they double their size. Because you can't lose 2 trades in a row. And now they're more hesitant to close, maybe. Who knows? Because they don't want to get caught with the same error in their minds twice. But price is seeking them out at the moment. But local resistance here. On the other side of all of this, right? It takes traders on the other side to be abusing them. And so the market's not, it's not some faceless entity. Like, if, say there's somebody watching order flow right now and they're thinking, all right, well, I'm going to fill a long position here. I'm going to hold price up into these shorts. I'm just going to start supporting price and use them as liquidity to get out of my short, or my long rather. But it takes that person being, or the entity being able to do that. And so I probably would put my money on them being able to do that. But sometimes people try to squeeze and then they get wrecked. I do want to see something unexpected happen, just to make it clear that this isn't, like, what I don't want to do almost is have 100% kind of like read on what's happening here, because it gives the impression that there is such a thing. Like, it's kind of better to have a bad read. Just to demonstrate that weird things happen. Like, sometimes the market nukes 20% in 1 second because Elon Musk apparently sold his Bitcoin. And all it takes, again, is somebody to come in here and say, yo, what's up? And market long $8 million or market short $8 million. But right now, I think we have a good perspective on who's participating at the moment. Or what type of participants there are. And what size is being traded. Because if somebody stepped in with a $8 million market long or short right now, it wouldn't really make a lot of sense because they would just kind of be screwing themselves. I don't think there's that kind of liquidity to abuse here. Like, you kind of need to trade what's available. And we have seen, indeed, people screw themselves. We've seen some of those anomalies where all of a sudden, just out of nowhere, like a $10 million market long opens, doesn't move price at all, and you get a massive bearish divergence, and then it just gets absolutely destroyed. Hey, good night, Gerard. Have a good sleep. Damn, we're on hour 3 here. We got the 59 viewers holding strong. Oh, all right. Well, I'm gonna order some food. I mean, I don't know, maybe I could do one of these live streams like once a week or something. Just sit and watch the 30-second chart. Maybe around big moves it could make sense, but I think you really personally, kind of crosses the territory into just being like, I don't want to say a waste of time, because I know you guys are probably learning new things and it's interesting, but you only can justify spending so much of like 3 or 4 hours just staring at the charts. But anyways, I don't know. This is probably a little more interesting than I thought it would be, too. Just glance at order flow on the other chart here. We are losing our intersection. I mean, technically, it could be a little wider because we could actually pull it to this pivot. We did readjust here. So, could be here. Could see if local fibs hold. Just have an SR flip though. Price trap between a little mini swing failure and an SR flip in a descending structure. Somebody saying this live stream is incredible. Thank you. Lots of interesting takeaways. I'm super interested in joining your group. Where do I find the details? I don't know anything about Discord. my Twitter bio has a link to the website where you can sign up. As far as Discord goes, if you've never used it, it can be a little like probably tricky to navigate at first. It's just a app with a bunch of channels. So it's private channels in there, segmented to like members chats on different topics, and then like read-only updates where there's educational materials where you watch videos on different concepts, and then there's like Bitcoin update channels. I mean, I guess I could just show you the Discord really quick. This is what it looks like. Let me go to Discord. All right, so this is just the members general chat where people are chatting about stuff. It looks like I missed some questions in here, but I haven't been looking at the Discord. Then there's channels for members to share their own TA. So you have all these channels here. You can collapse them. These are the members channels. These are the read-only updates. So this is general updates, Bitcoin updates. Ooh, don't like to see that. ETH updates, alt charts, blah, blah, blah. So anyways, that's how it's all structured. And when you become a member, you get access to all those channels. There's some other cool things too. We had a gentleman, WZ, add like this high block heat map liquidation. It's kind of cool. You click like Bitcoin and it pulls the in your own kind of private channel, it pulls these liquidation heat maps. I personally, oh, we got a lot of liquidations on 23K. I personally am not using these, but I know people like to use them to get ideas for liquidation levels on different time frames. A lot of it's built around key horizontals. They have their kind of own proprietary way to calculate liquidations. It can be a general guide. People enjoy it. I know because people are spamming in this high block usage channel all day. Like this is just today. People are definitely getting use out of it. So hey, well, you know what? We might have a win for the Sith here. They didn't close their shorts, and we're close to breaking down again. So they might have made it out. These shorts are still open. We had this low volume rally, but most of these shorts are still intact. A little bit of bearish absorption forming between these two highs. Nothing major. There actually is a fair amount of bullish absorption forming between these lows, though. So, I don't know. You kind of wonder, like, if you're trading this and you're short throughout here, I got to get rid of this Elliott wave count. It's just too much. If you're short here and price breaks down, the question is also like, do these shorts even cover? Like say you take this low, do they cover here? Do they stay in the market through something like this and then just get stopped out anyways? I don't know. If I'm short up here, I'm not looking at low time frame structure. I'm seeing this. I would imagine a lot of these shorts are targeting much deeper. So what can happen, like you'll see this in order flow sometimes. Yeah, you have some bullish absorption forming between these lows, but maybe price does move down and then has a reaction. And none of these shorts get out in profit anyways. You don't see any of them close, and then you see a big short squeeze. So that's kind of like the idea that the liquidity remains intact, even if price sees lower. And the shorts sit in profit, but this being a major target still. I keep forgetting to order food. I keep pulling it up and then putting it away. I'm actually not that hungry when I really think about it. I don't think I've eaten today. Very clean SR flip here, frankly. So horizontal SR flip. You know, potentially flipping this into resistance. Really don't know if it. The only way it would make sense to revisit make it a flat. I would not personally be shorting down here, given order flow. This could be a subway though. The Sith might not make it out. Be interesting to see if this parallel structure holds. Some of our interactions here have crossed. Interesting. forget, did I measure this? Okay, yeah, it was the 1618. It certainly has the look of a three-wave structure. This chart is insane. All right. So we do have a descending trend line here that could act as a little bit of a trap. Yes, we could get a reaction from it, but I would not be surprised to find that there are some traders looking at this as a breakout. But it also could hold. Okay, we need to get out of this local range here. It's going to be the end of the live stream if we don't. No, I'll stick around for a little while longer. If you're new into the live stream, go back and watch from the start, because the crazy things that you see on the chart will make more sense. Trend line might actually just cause a rejection. I think I also sometimes overestimate that people are charting anything on these low time frames. Like, I wonder how many people are actually making any decisions based off of anything. So if we look at this from a horizontal perspective, we have a couple things. A little bit of bullish absorption forming, worth noting. We are retesting just about, we just front ran it, this wick. We do have a potential break of this descending trend line, which people may be watching. Could cause an impulse through these highs. This is going to be a trap. I'm not saying that we're going to reject, but it's a good setup for a trap. You have a trend line break. You have a horizontal high break. Shorts get squeezed out. They tried to hold on. We're into a key retracement, break some trend lines, and then we continue down. That can happen. Although the bullish absorption is significant enough that you might have to consider some bigger moves to the upside if we do break out. But we're going to start seeing pressure put on these shorts again. And we can look at order flow quickly. So we can see, you know, some increase in open interest here. So shorts accumulating. We see a bullish divergence between this low and this low. So there's a potential for a squeeze because we know that there's limit longs coming in and holding up price. We've already gone in on the low time frames and we've met our our shorters. We have an idea of what they're doing here. 1.2 million, 369,000, increases in open interest. Some stopped themselves out, reopened, held through this rally. Price came back down. Some longs closing here. No major shorts or anything. But now price is putting pressure back on them. So you would imagine they're going to try to hold through an impulse again. And price, if price is going to squeeze them out, it's going to have to take these highs. Because they held through this initial rally. So if price is targeting them, or if other traders are targeting them, I have to probably push price through these highs. We should start to see those shorts closing. And we'll see how order flow reacts and if there's any technical interactions here. Some sign that people are using this order flow or this trend line as a potential confluence. Don't see a lot of longs opening here. We have some 350,000. We would have to break this descending channel to get up through these highs. We'd have to break all these local downtrend into the local highs, through the local highs rather, and maybe this could be a target into this golden pocket. You would think there's the 786 up above this high too. Kind of evaporate this. Well, not necessarily, I guess. You could just say this is all substructure. And then you could start thinking about an ABC look. And what you call this a bigger. Yeah, I mean, there's some ideas here. It's a little unclear, but order flow is sort of suggesting that this move up through the highs is likely. It will be interesting to see what volume comes in here. If there's any absorption. If not, this high becomes a target again, I think. Well, let's cut a few things here. So we kind of have this idea that, hey, maybe people are longing this break. We have this trend line above us. We have these horizontals. Is anyone, no major shorts closing yet. Someone asked saying, great stream so far. Thank you. You're welcome. Have you talked about the possible, wait, why can't, there's like a heart over this. I can't read it. Possible local, someone else needs to type something for me to read that. I think it says local bottom for me here on a high time frame. A local bottom on a high time frame. I'm not sure if I've talked about that, but I did all my high time frame analysis at the beginning of the stream. And now we've been sitting and watching the 30-second chart. But I would say quite successfully. All right. We are testing this descending structure nearly. Still a lot of shorts to pop. And a little bit of a grinding structure here. A little more obvious on the 30-second chart. So you can see oftentimes, not always, there's no always. The impulses don't like to carry. The grinding likes to end in impulses. I'm actually kind of looking forward to the potential, like maybe we do get this kind of move. That'd be fine. If not, maybe this. But just getting rid of some of this descending structure here. Because it's kind of getting annoying. We have all these intersecting trend lines. I have them on here because the low time frame trend lines, like where price is grinding, can be quite nice. But these higher time frame trend lines, traders like to watch these. So you want to think about what would cause a potential fake out maybe to the upside, or some liquidity to come in and start squeezing out these shorts. So there's a couple reasons I'm starting to lean higher here to come back and take these highs. One is our descending structure is breaking. So if we don't reject from here, it certainly seems plausible to push up through these highs. We need to see what kind of volume and liquidity comes in here. We also have, I would say, relevant bullish divergences between these lows. So, I mean, that can lead to higher. So we're getting an impulse off this grinding price action. Nothing weird here. Still quite a few shorts to stop out, frankly. So we can look. Wow. So we have some of these shorts that have been opening. Still quite a bit, quite a few of them open. You would imagine that if somebody's pushing price up to punish those shorts, well, they want to keep pushing price up until they close. And that liquidity is abused. But key technical retracement here. Probably the lowest time frame retracement that you could justify pulling. And technically, a break back below these highs is a local swing failure. But now that we've broken this structure, let's clear it off. We are at our third consecutive golden pocket. Low to high, golden pocket, low to high, golden pocket, low to high, golden pocket. We have made a new low, so we could look at this golden pocket. Already looked at it earlier. It would require us to like retest these horizontals maybe and front run this high. And I don't think that's so likely if we push up there. I think we're probably heading towards these highs. Maybe towards the 786. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab my food. Well, it is a nice level, nice little reaction here, but it's a nice trap too. You know, there could be more liquidity coming in on other exchanges as well. Like we broke both trend lines, broke the horizontals. Right into a local key resistance retracement. Just a nice idea for faking out and coming back to the lows. But order flow, this is the only thing I'm looking at. It's just not that compelling for that to happen, but we've certainly seen some longs opening here. I'd say it's pretty neutral locally. So of course we have interacted with the levels I've marked out perfectly. Timing hasn't been perfect because we had this descending structure drawn, but the horizontal levels themselves are playing well. I don't know if you're saying $700 streak or stream. Maybe you're saying you've made $700 on this stream. If so, congratulations. Or if it's a streak, congratulations as well. We're down to 39 viewers. You've certainly we've certainly outlasted most of them, but we're still here. I think it's pretty good if I can outlast 70 to 80% of the viewers. I don't know if that's something to be celebrating. Very nice technical reaction again on the 30-second chart. So clean. Everything here is so clean. Even got this nice little grinding before the impulse. Even this is a 0.5% range. I mean, it's just encouraging, you know, after we've had 0.5% ranges over, like I said, 3 days at a time. Oh, you're welcome, Bishop. Bishop says, thank you so much for taking the time to hang. Trading can be a little lonesome sometimes. Very true. But when the learning is in high gear and the stakes are high, it's definitely a good time. Yeah, I mean, that's the truth. You know, you definitely nice to have a community when trading. But at the end of the day, it's you and the charts. Maybe, maybe that's why I like to form these stories in my head about the traders I'm watching in order flow. These are our only friends. Bottom shorters and top longers. But no, I'm joking. I do actually think it's important to personify or put a face behind the people in the market, right? Not a face, rather, but understand these are people trading all of this. Price isn't just moving randomly for no reason. And I mean, you know, you see those debates where people say like technical analysis doesn't work, or I know there's so many styles of technical analysis, but I think people just don't have a deep understanding of technical ideas and how the market interacts with these technical concepts from a liquidity perspective. I mean, I hope just on this live stream, I mean, at least some evidence that there's a foundation for technical ideas that's legitimate. We're on the 30-second chart here. But, so, I guess this could be important to know. When I'm using something like order flow in conjunction with a technical idea, and the higher the time frame, it can get a little rougher, and like you need to start looking at medium time frame and different things to sort of inform your perspective a little bit. But I'm not just saying like price will come up to the 618 because it's the 618 price. It's a level to watch, but you also want to think about, you know, why it might go there. Like, we obviously can't forever just keep doing this and expect price to travel between every single fib infinitely. But these 3 consecutive golden pockets, pretty nice, can end kind of bearishly, frankly. We still want to keep an eye on our final destination here for a potential pivot low. The best fib levels, I don't know if I'd say there's the best fib levels, but Bitcoin really likes the 618, as we can see here. I mean, and like I shared early in the stream, this is also a golden pocket here. I mean, we worked through it a little bit, but it's a relevant fib on all levels. But I mean, depending on structure, you can look at other fibs as well. The other thing is like liquidity considerations, right? So, like this golden pocket here, the reason it's kind of nice, and it's a weird pull. I'm not gonna deny that. From this impulse, but the line's right with that low, and so we're expecting liquidity to come in under there. But both of these lows can be interesting. 382 under here. You also know from an order flow perspective, this is where we saw this big volume spike and increase in CBD. So we're expecting liquidity under here. And we also have our 236 from the major low. Now if we bounce from the 236 and we have like a big impulse, that'd be a little surprising. It's not a common fib. It would be a very bullish retracement. I don't know. We'll see. Sorry about the slurping. I got a smoothie. Thanks for the 56 like. Someone's asking, do you think when we have a chat GPT like AI for visual pattern recognition, then it's over for technical traders? No. As long as you have clean order flow data, I mean, you know, what like, are we really going to is the market really going to become homogenized where there's like no money to pull out of it? I doubt it. Where no one's speculating, where somebody says, well, my chat GPT said I can't long here, but man, it looks so bullish. I could make $1 million if it goes up 5,000%. I'm going all in, baby. I mean, I don't know. It's like a strawberry banana smoothie. Nothing fancy. I got a sandwich too. I just wasn't that hungry, but I know I should eat something. No, not a McDonald's smoothie. It's like a healthy, it's called a booster juice. I mean, I don't know if it's healthy, but that's their marketing gimmick. But yeah, so the main thing, you know, like if you're trading, whatever style you're trading, I guess this isn't necessarily about style, but like if you're shorting, if you're interested in shorts, like when we're coming to the daily close, like have levels, have a thesis, right? If you wanted take profits, if you want to add to your short, if you want to short here, don't short down here. I mean, you can, but don't put your stop loss here, maybe. You know, have that thesis of, hey, maybe we push up and we take these highs and we come into another retracement and then short from there. And maybe it doesn't work, maybe it does, but don't, the point is have a thesis. Like, don't just take random positions with no rhyme or reason. Maybe it's order flow. Maybe it's just you see a massive bullish divergence form or bearish divergence, or you see these bullish divergences form as we consolidate here at the low, and you think, I'm going to try a long. But the other thing is, this is all stuff that I talk about in, there's some educational materials in the LATF. It's the time frame of your trade. So if you're long in this local range off this local low, this does not typically become a swing long, right? It's a scalp. You're charting the 30-second chart. So where do your profit targets have to be aligned in this within the structure you're trading? So like you don't take a long here and then be like, oh right, well now I go to the 1-day chart and I long there with a 0.2% stop loss, and my target is 31,000. If you're taking a trade based on the structure of the daily chart or the 4-hour chart, then your targets can be on that same time frame. I'm not gonna mince words here. I am getting tired. I get up quite early, and usually I'm falling on the low side of sleep by the end of the week. You know, you have a few sips of a smoothie, you start getting tired. And I've enjoyed this, actually. I think it's been fun. It's been a while since I've done such a long live stream. You know what? The last long live stream I did, it was like 4 or 5 hours long. And we actually did something similar. This was a long time ago. We watched low time frame price action for scalping. And I think I hit like, I forget, it was a bunch, like 7 or 8 scalps in a row or something. So similar makeup, and I think people enjoyed it. So I don't know, maybe I'll do this again more regularly, because I think I can see how it could be useful for people. Yeah, I mean, honestly, with like live streams, it's been like very hard to want to even get on live streams when price literally has been stuck in these like 0.3% ranges. I mean, not that we didn't have any volatility, but it's sort of like price ranges for 3 days in a 1% range, and then impulses and rejects, or retraces and rejects. But it's like a brief moment of volatility. So yeah, I don't know. But as things get more volatile, it's going to be a little more fun to get on live streams, I think. So let's just recap the structure here, and then I might sign off. So here we are. Price nuked and destroyed everybody, and I'm sorry for anyone who got absolutely wrecked. You know, that's never fun. And I know some people in the Discord said, whether it was on Bitcoin or else, some were in longs without stop losses. Something again, just, it's so important to always use risk management. You cannot understate the importance of that, or overstate it rather. So yeah, you know, it sucks. But price nuked, and then it went straight up 15%. We formed a high into the daily open. We retrace into the golden pocket. Price has been grinding down on golden pocket retracements. We are forming a little local range here on the 30-second chart after sweeping this high. We do have some bullish divergences forming on a low time frame, but another way of looking at a bullish divergence in this case, mostly shorts by the way, not so much selling, is we have selling interest, aggressive selling interest. That can drive price down, right? We know people want to sell into this, and price did just rally 15%. We could maybe create the narrative or make the justification for the narrative that anyone shorting here probably is not going to be closing their shorts if this happens. Most people shorting here want to short probably, I'm not saying certainly, this big 15% rally for a retracement to fill this wick. So there's a case to be made here that a move to the downside is going to bring in more shorts, bring in more liquidity of longs getting stopped out. But why might we bounce here? Well, why not then come up and wreck all of these shorts? And so that would be the case for the scalp long here. You could probably get some pretty tight invalidation going. Maybe it's a swing failure. Depends how the reaction comes in. But maybe we get there with this kind of rounded grinding price action and a sign of strength. We could imagine we get there with something like this. It could also, I mean, there's a few ways this could happen, but however it happens, a trigger could be a sweep, a reclaim, especially in high volume, high negative delta. We see order flow interacting in the way that we might suspect based on the review of it earlier. The structure starts breaking, and then we get the big impulse to the upside. That would be the thesis for a long there. Hopefully that makes sense. And if nothing else, if none of this plays out from here on out as predicted, at least I've demonstrated the idea of forming your thesis and really thinking deeply about why the market might do something versus something else. Now, if I was to sit here and stare at order flow or come back and review order flow intermittently, my thesis might change based on how price is interacting with key levels of resistance, what kind of structure it's building. We do have these bullish divergences. I mean, if we start pushing up like this, like I said, these highs become targets. It could become additional short targets. But while this is in play, I like this idea. And I want to say that I really appreciate all the hard work you guys put in and your dedication to learning and growing and the grind and all of that. And I appreciate all the kind words about being grateful for the stream. You know, and I understand that trading is lonely and it's a long grind and all of that. And so it's like, I know it's not easy. Lots of highs and lows. So keep it up. And maybe we'll touch base in the Discord here a little later. I mean, I'm quite interested in this long setup as well. So we'll see. Thanks, guys.